Hello, hello, hello. Is there anybody out there? So, for those of you who doesn't know, I am feeling poorly. I've been for over a week now, and I'm so fed up with it. Hi Sally, how are you? Good, that cat is fed. And you have selected a book. So, which book are you planning on reading? Are you reading anything interesting? Are you still reading? You picked up like Lord of the Rings, my last sprint, I think. Hi, Riverman. How are you? Um, as I said, I'm feeling poorly. I have been for over a week. I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I actually tried working from home, but it didn't work. I wasn't able to. So today is going to be very low. Yeah, no cat tears again. I'm sorry. Maybe later on. I need to fix. I need to switch some cables to do the cat tears. Um, and I just realized I forgot to make myself a cup of tea. I'll do that later on. I think I'll make myself a cup of tea when we get into the reading sprint. Hello, the librarian of Alexandria. How are you doing? The Super Sunny Murder Club. Oh, I never heard of that. Hi, Van. How are you? As you can see up on my screen here, I am reading the details, or rather, I am reading this green, which doesn't really go well with the green screen, but I'm reading the details by Ia Genberg, and I'm reading it in Swedish. For those of you who know me, it's not my first language. It's I'm not sure which, like, I never learned it per se. Um, never like took classes or anything. I had a Swedish grandmother, and I also grew up watching Swedish TV, and been surrounded with Swedish my whole life. And reading, and I can't say that I really write or speak Swedish, but I have no problem reading it. I know that a lot of people in Norway, I'm Norwegian, and do understand Swedish, but not everybody do understand it as well. Uh, I know a lot of Norwegians, they wouldn't pick up a book and read a book in Swedish. And this book has been translated into Norwegian, and as you can see, it has also been translated into English. If you feel like looking into it and buying it yourself, there's a link in my description box to Blackwell's where you can get it. And my link is an affiliate link, which means that you can you don't pay anything extra, but if you do, I get a little bit of a commission, but it's hardly anything, to be honest with you. So yes, yes, yeah. So that's what we're doing today. Tea is important. Yes, it is. So the librarian of Alexandria, is there something you would like me to call you for short? Very welcome, by the way. I'm not sure. I think I've seen you in a sprint, but I've never seen you on my channel before, I think. Uh, are you a librarian? That's my day job, actually, being a librarian. Uh, Van says that I am making thumbnails before I run off. Oh yeah, that's a good thing to use your time for. Uh, so the book is Middle Grey Mystery Anthology. I guess that means, oh, that's cool. I used to read quite a lot of like young adult, teens, middle grade books, but not anymore. Sally says, still reading Lord of the Rings, but we'll read Sacred Season. Yeah, sorry to hear you're not well. Yeah, it is what it is. And hello, Inter. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you get better. Yeah, so do I. I was. It's been a little bit of a up and down. I think last Thursday was the worst day, but then again, I had like everything at once, so that was not not the best. Librarian of Alexa. Hey, my name is Rini. User is librarian of Alexa because of the city. Yeah, I, I of course I know the Alexandria in Egypt, the old library. There's a new library there now, and I think I was meant to go there with like school on a school trip when I did library and information science, but I don't remember why, but it didn't happen. Probably some reason. It's a long time ago. It's over 20 years since I went to, well, actually, it is 20 years since I went to library and information science. I did a bachelor in library and information science, and I also have another degree before that, a university degree. And Renee says, I love historical books. Oh, yeah, I also can enjoy a good historical book. Oh, you're on the Discord book chat. All right, cool. So then you know understand Norwegian, of course. um, so, uh, you finished in 2018. Oh, cool. Yeah, I graduated. I finished my bachelor in 20, 2005. I also have like the old-fashioned Kant mug from the University of Oslo, where I majored in English. I have actually something called storfag, and hardly anyone knows what that is anymore, I think. But it basically means I have like 2 full years of English as well as the other things that I did. I did Grundfag in history of IGs, like 1 year. Uh, ah, you're all right. So Renate, hi Renate, Rini on YouTube. That's fine. Whatever you feel like. Oh, so you're from Bodø. Bodø is a very nice city. I have not been to Bodø in many years. I the last time, well, that's a truth with modifications, as we say. Um, I was in Bodø in May, but not really. I was just at the airport changing flights because I was flying to Mo i Rana for a work thing. Like I'm a system administrator at work, so uh, so I went to this like system admin conference thing in Mo i Rana, and we were supposed to go to the National Library, the Depot Library, but I was having a migraine attack as per usual, so I didn't get to go. I stayed in my room and slept instead, but at least I managed to get to go to the like dinner, the nice dinner thing. Nice. It was okay, but it wasn't anything spectacular or anything. So yeah, it was a quick stop, and the time before that was also like switching planes. That was when I was living in Hammerfest, and I took the flight from Hammerfest, and it was like I think I went down to Oslo for Easter, and I had to change flights in Bodø, but it was like this one of these melkeruter, as we say in Norwegian, milk routes. So you kind of fly up and down. Done quite a few of those up north, especially in Finnmark when I lived there. And it's kind of funny if you fly from Kirkenes to Hammerfest, which is in the same county, but it's Finnmark County. Are they Finnmark now? Because they did like a merging of counties a few years back, and then they crammed together Finnmark and Troms, which just show the lack of knowledge of politicians, I guess, because Finnmark is such a huge county. So that was just, I don't know. Nobody who lived there agreed, but it is what it is. So of course, when you go from, what I was going to say was, if you fly from Hammerfest to, no, from Kirkenes to Hammerfest, or the other way around, of course. Oh, fun fact, Finnmark is actually larger than Israel in size. I did not know. That is interesting. So yeah, so it could be a country, I guess. But yes, so if you're going from, I'm going to get to my point. Going from Finnmark, from Hammerfest or Kirkenes to Hammerfest, it's actually quicker to fly via Tromsø rather than the direct flights, because you have to kind of go down in every little airport. So it's like you fly Kirkenes, Vadsø, Vardø, Båtsfjord, and I can't even remember all the stops, but it takes like a lot of time just to fly up and down. While if you fly via Tromsø, you just do like Kirkenes, Tromsø, Hammerfest, and it's so much quicker. I also flew via Alta once, and then I had to change planes in Alta, and I can't remember why, but there was some reason, I think. So, Vences made things, schedule streams, and that is my productivity for the day done. Oh, good. And then you will be off shortly then to pick the kids up, I guess. And if anyone wondering, yes, I talk to Ben outside of YouTube. We're on the same Discord server, so we talk to each other on Discord as well. As I said, I'm feeling poorly, so I'm not going to dwell too long before we go into a stream. I think I'll wait until you leave though, then maybe. What do you think? But I'm thinking here. This isn't very well organized, to be honest with you. So yes, I am currently reading from the Tallinna, as I said, the details, and it is really interesting because it's what do you say? My brain is a little bit cottony. Is that what something you can say? But I think it's like this. I'm not quite. I'm not sure if I have quite grasped the book yet. I think I'm like halfway or something. I think it looks like I'm pretty much like halfway, approximately. So I'm not quite sure if it's like the same. There's like some other people that are the same, but I don't think it's like yeah, I'm expressing this really badly. Then says we do muchly, yes. So I think once we go into a stream, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea, and the plan is to have a black tea with chili in it. I use dried chilies. It's partly to up my spice level, my tolerance for spicy stuff. Before going to India, I have a little bit of an update on the India thing, and I also think it kind of clears the sinuses a bit. So that will hopefully help. Um, Fences, and yeah, just doing a community pause, grabbing my Kindle, and then off. Should finish the Bloodstones today. It's good to read proper epic fiction again. Oh, you've been reading. I thought you finished that for some odd reason. Then I, yeah, excuse me. I As I said, cottony brain today. I am not feeling well at all. But I thought I would do a little bit of sprint just to kind of distract myself as well as get some reading done. So I think the first sprint is going to be 45 minutes. And after that, I'll come back and chat with you folks. Um, I'm not sure how long this will be. We'll see. Now that we're coming into winter season, we're already in autumn here. Yeah, I mean the leaves are yellow and or starting to get yellow and fall off the trees already. Did that last last week, I think I realized. I haven't been outside since last Tuesday. I haven't checked the mail. I have nothing. I don't know if my partners checked the mail. I haven't asked them. Um, so who knows? Maybe the mailbox is full of mail. Probably not. I don't get that much mail, or we don't get that much mail anymore, I think. Not even bills now that everything is electronic, and I'm not complaining. I'm so glad that we have like electronic bills rather than the mail, because bills that comes in the mail, you never know what happens to them. Leaves are still green here in Rogaland. Yes, they they tend to they tend to have like an later spring and earlier spring and later autumn in Rogaland. I'm in the southeastern Norway, so yeah, so they have started here, and it's like not super warm, or it hasn't been very super warm. Probably summer temps for Rogaland though, because the summer there is, sorry to say, not the greatest. uh, I don't know where in Rogaland you are, Rennie, but I lived in Sandnes for 5.5 years, and the weather was miserable. It was raining all the time, and I also found Sandnes to be like a very gray city. It got better once you got to Stavanger, and it's like just 15 minutes on the train. But where I lived, so I used the bus. If I were going into Stavanger, I usually either I took the bus down to the train station, or I took the bus from uh, from Varatun, where I lived, and into Stavanger. I used to work in Sandnes. Oh, okay. Um, yeah, I worked at Sandnes Library for a while, and then I changed jobs, and I also worked in Hå previously. But can't believe I actually moved in 2017, so it's been a while already. Time flies, especially since moving back east. So much happier in the east. I did not like the climate in Rogaland. Also, I found. Oh, you worked at ARC, right? Oh, I've been. There's a an ARC at B-station that I've been to many times. And I also used to not exactly know, but there was like a young woman there who I chatted to and kind of, I don't know if she still works there though. Um, and it was so odd because I met her like in Oslo outside. So it's like, but it was fun because she was there for like a cosplay convention, and I don't remember where I was. And I think I was there for Pride at the time. So it's a good while ago since I moved in 2017. I've been back in Sandnes several times. I I also sorry, my brain went all blank. Sorry. Uh, Feeling poorly. So yes, so I used to know the main librarian in Bryne, but I don't really keep in touch with uh, that part of the country much more. I have friends there, so still, and I have been back, but I haven't been back in over a year now. I used to go like quite frequently, like once a month or something, before COVID. But after COVID, it's just been less and less. And yeah, it's not my happy place to say the least. I was very unhappy in Sandnes. I didn't, yeah, it wasn't my happy place to say the least. So I guess that we should go into a sprint. I'll set the timer to 45 minutes, and go and get yourself a cup of tea or something other to drink, and then I will see you later.
Hello, hello, hello. I am back. And how did your reading go? I actually, from Bleh. What I was going to say is, like, for me it went quite well actually. My last reading stream I read All Good Things was I was reading. And I finished that yesterday. So I started this yesterday as well. And I actually read about 35 pages, and that's not so bad for me. Yes, Sally, I got the ears all for you. Renee says about 80 pages. Wow, 80. I'm super pleased with 35. Excuse me. I also managed to drink a whole cup of tea, and I have a pretty large mug. And I have refilled it, so now it's full of tea. I drink my tea black if I drink my tea black, if I drink black tea, I have oat milk in it. Because I like that the best. Didn't count, might be less. Oh, but still. It sounds like you managed to read quite... even 50 pages would be really good, in my opinion. So, before the sprint, I talked a little bit about having an update on the trip to India. So, for the newcomers, a while ago in January, actually, I booked a trip to India, and it was like a group trip to India. And I was super excited. I've been saving for a trip to India for years and years and years, over 10 years. And since I lived up in Hammerfest, so since then I moved cities like twice. Yeah, because I moved from Hammerfest to Sandnes, and then Sandnes to Oslo. Oh no, 3 times, and then Oslo to Fredrikstad, where I currently live. And then last week I got an email telling me the trip was cancelled because there were participants that had signed up for the trip and they had made cancellations. Of course, I was heartbroken, and I reached out to the travel agency and asked, like, so what do we do now? And they were like, well, you could like come on another trip around the same time, or you can come on our trip to India in December. And I was like, I'm not really interested in going anywhere else. And in December, I'm not able to go for Christmas because I had Christmas off last year. So I have to work this December, and I'm even like working the Saturday in the Christmas days because we're open. It'll probably be pretty quiet and stuff, but still, I have to be at work. And then I was told that, okay, but what we can do is we can make an arranged trip for you. So you can go at the time that we were planning to go. And I was like, okay. So I had quite a few questions and asked if I could switch things around, and I was told yes, you can. So instead of then some of the places I was supposed to go, I said I'm not that interested in going. So instead, I'm going to Rishikesh. And today I got a plan on things to see and where to go and which date. So it's the exact same dates as I originally had. I said that it would be okay for me to make it a little bit way wider. I could go a couple of days before, a couple of days, and arrive home a couple of days after, but they stick to the same day. So I assume it's the same flights as originally planned. And excuse me, I need a sip of tea. And it turns out I will probably, as things look like now, I'll be in Rishikesh, which is a city that I've dreamt of going for years. So I'll actually be going there rather than not going there. And I will be in Rishikesh for my birthday, my 50th birthday. So that'll be great. So I'm running away for my 50th because I don't want to have like a big party or anything. So Sally says I finished the chapters that I wanted to read, but now have a start of a headache. Oh no! Headaches are the worst. I know everything about having headaches. I hope you feel better soon. You should probably go and get some sleep or something. I hope you have some meds you can take that helps. So Renee says, I did count once. I read 100 pages in an hour. That's really good. I'm not able to read 100 pages in an hour. Not even close. Renee says, you're turning 50. Yes, I am turning 50. Look at 35 at the oldest. Yeah, I don't know. I'm okay with looking younger now. When I was like in my early 20s, it was not fun, believe me. The thing is, it's the genes. So my mom also looked like way younger than she was. And I meet people who are her age and they look older than her. So it's the genes, so I have good genes. And but when I was like in my early 20s, like people thought I was like 12. That wasn't fun. And when I was working like as a substitute teacher, and I looked like I was like one of the students at the school, that I was a teenager, but I wasn't. That wasn't fun either, and that was in my 20s. So I shall sit in the garden instead of doing more reading and do my best to ignore the weeds. Yeah, well, the weeds are the weeds are the weeds. I've been planning on doing weeding here for ages, and there's illness, there's migraine attacks, there's, life happens. And I need to blow my nose. So I need to go and get some tissue. I'll be back very shortly. Sorry about that, but I really, really needed that blowing my nose as things are. So yes. So yeah, there are disadvantages now I'm fine. Though it has at times. Not so much snow anymore, but like 10 years ago or something, and then people thought I was like in my 20s, and I was like talking about things I've done in my life, and people were like, was it when I was in my 40s? I don't remember, but I was like, I've done a lot of stuff, and people were like, but how have you managed to? And I was like, but this is my age, and they were like, okay. It's like, then I understand. So yes, so I don't just, and some people say that you can like just look at people's hands and see, it's like you can, like the face might say something, but my hands actually are not wrinkly. So it's the genes. So you can't really see my age on my hands either because they're not wrinkly. So earlier, before I dyed my hair, I need to dye it again. It's supposed to be purple, but it's turned more and more blue. But before I dyed my hair, I actually found some gray hairs, and I was excited. It's like, gray hairs, yay! So others might panic when they find that they have like a wrinkle or like a gray hair or something. I was like, yes. I just love it. But then again, we live in a society that kind of seems to be like, especially the US, they have this like focus on looking young, and seem to be like afraid of aging for some reason. We should embrace getting older. I mean, it's better to get older than the opposite, right? I am very low energy, as you probably can tell. I am still don't have a lot of energy. So today is Wednesday. So normally I would work late on Wednesday, but I'm not today since I'm at home ill. So there's that. Sally says, I'm looking forward to having snowy white hair. Yes, it's very beautiful actually. My grandmother, she passed away, I can't remember the year. I can look it up because my maternal grandmother, my mormor, she had really white hair. She was really beautiful actually. And she grew up like in the it's very hard to like explain where she grew up in English, but we call them the Finnish woods, Finnskogen, and it's like in the middle of nowhere, basically far into the woods. So she went to school every second day, and during the winter they actually had to ski to get to school. And so my mormor, she passed away. Let's see. She passed away in 1999. So that is, it'll be coming on 25 years. 20th of September. And she was born in 1915, and she was she was like a strong, well, I would say strong female character, though she wasn't like a character per se. She wasn't in a book, but she was a like strong person, and I think that was one of the things that my grandfather really loved about her, from what I could tell when he talked about her. Because after she passed away, I actually talked to my granddad on the phone like every week until he passed away a few years later. But every time he talked about my grandmother, it was like you could clearly hear that from what he said, how much he loved her and how much he admired her. And he told me about this time when they took the train up. They were living in Oslo. This was when they're like early on in their relationship, and they lived in Oslo. And they took the train out to somewhere, and then they skied through the woods back to Oslo. And there were like these downhills with like little ski jumps, and she was like the first one to go like go in the little, like in the hill and jump on the ski jump. So yeah, she was pretty tough and cool. And I think it's probably because where she grew up, I think they probably had a hard life in many ways, but she never said she had a hard life. And, oh, excuse me. Drink tea, not inhale it. It doesn't help that I do cough at the moment. But yes, she never complained or anything about her childhood or anything. But at that point in time, they had to kind of go out at an early age and work, and so did my grandfather. She sounds wonderful, said Sally. Yeah, and I also was very fortunate because when I was... it's kind of hard to explain, but it's like the last year of... we call it videregående, so it's not exactly a high school. I don't really know how to compare it with either British schooling or American schooling because it's so different from ours. But when I did like my last year, and I'm also like old enough to have done like the old school system, but at some point, I can't remember exactly which year it was, but at some point, instead of like when I went to school, we started a year later than they do now. So we did like grade 1 to 9, and then it was like videregående. And we started when the year we turned 7. So the last year of videregående, I actually lived with my grandparents. And my grandmother and I could have some pretty hasty fights, and not fist fights, but like verbally. And excuse me. And I think that's because we disagreed on things, but at the same time we were very similar, I think. And both incredibly stubborn. And independent in some ways, I think, as well. So that was my mormor, my grandmother. She wrote like an epic poem, actually, before she passed away, and that tells about her life. And I don't know how many of her grandkids still have that poem, but I do. I took care of it. I have it digitalized, even. Excuse me. So, which I'm very happy about. Because I think it's one of those things that could easily have been forgotten about if nobody took care of it. And I think for me, that poem is actually more valuable than material things. And I think, so my mum has raised us to not be super materialistic. But because she's not herself, and my grandparents weren't very materialistic, but my mom has an older sister and she's very materialistic and by far more to the right politically than the rest of us. I don't know why, because they were raised by the same parents, but I don't know what the deal was. But I think for her it's been like more important to inherit the more the things, the materialistic things, but for me it's like the poems. Indora says, unfortunately I have to leave, hope you have a wonderful time. Thank you and good luck with your writing, Indora, and your stuff, and I'm looking forward to seeing the postcards, more close-up of them on your Etsy shop. very much looking forward to all the autumny things, even though I'm not really ready for autumn yet. I'm kind of trying to like get ready to kind of mentally switch for autumn. So I'll talk to you later, Indora. And as I said, if you need to talk or anything, you know, you can just let me know. So good luck with your creative work for today. So yeah. So for those of you who don't know, Indora has a really lovely channel. It's like a mix of cottagecore and dark academia and lots of like of storytelling. They're really, really, really beautiful, and the imagery is also super nice. So I highly recommend her channel. I'm going to find a link and post in the chat. Eventually, I will also post it in. I will post it in the description box once we get there. So there we go. Highly recommend her channel. I feel tired from nothing. It's not even fun. I really dislike being ill. It's like feeling poorly. It's to say the least. And for some reason, I'm getting really warm. I don't know if it's just like, I think it might be just the inside. Because we have like my computer is set up in like a nook in the living room, and we have big windows facing. It's like, so we have the sun the whole morning, and then it goes like around, and then we have a window in the kitchen as well that is on the other side. So it gets quite warm here, especially during like summer and autumn. Spring, summer, autumn. Less so in winter, of course, because it's winter, and less daylight. But I think that's the reason why it's so warm. So I think I'm actually going to go and open the balcony door and get some air in. And also it doesn't help having a big computer that's standing here making a lot of heat. So I'm going to go open the balcony door, and I think I'll actually start a new sprint, another 45 minutes, and get some reading done, because I don't have a lot of energy, and another 45-minute sprint, and after that I'll come back and have a chat with you. Hello, hello, hello. I was going to make myself another cup of tea and then I ran out of time, so no cup of tea. I'll have to go and make myself another cup of tea later on, I guess. I'm not stressing about anything at the moment. So, actually, my friends, I actually managed to finish. I finished the book. The details. So I read so I read, don't know how many pages, 25 pages or something. And then I went to pick up another book to read. Rennie says read about 40 pages this time. That's not bad. That's really good, actually, I think. So I finished the book, and then what's with me picking up green books? And you can't really see anything because it's a green book, but it's A Passage to India by E.M. Forrester. Yeah, it's impossible to see that now. But the book I bought secondhand, and I bought it at Bookmart in Sligo. I can't remember which time, because I've been there several times. So every time we're in Ireland, so Sligo is a city in Ireland. It's where Yeats from, or he's buried there anyway, and my partner grew up there. He's Irish. So my partner is Irish, and they grew up in Sligo, but they moved to Dublin for college, and then continued living in Dublin until they moved to Norway. And I've been meaning to read Passage to India by E.M. Forster for a very long time, actually. So I was very thrilled to find it in the bookshop, in the second-hand bookshop, Bookmart in Sligo, which is a really, really good second-hand bookshop. It's not super big, but it's super, super nice. The selection is actually quite good, and the people who work there, they're really friendly. And yeah, so I thought I would pick up A Passage to India, which is also very fitting, me going to India, even though it's not exactly a new book. So this edition is a Penguin's book, and copyright 1924, so it's an old book, and I think not quite sure which when this edition came out. I thought maybe it would say Penguin books, blah blah blah. Reprinted from the Amber edition, 1979. Though, to be honest, I think this edition might be newer than 1979, because it has an ISBN. Can't quite remember when they started using ISBN, and it's an American edition. I should look that up. So let's see if I can find out when it's from. Don't understand why it should be so difficult. Yeah, I'm not able to find the date on Storygraph either. That's annoying. Because I want to know when is this edition from. So there is like a reprint. It says it's a reprint. I think it's very strange that they haven't gotten the date in the book. Oh, here we go. Penguin Books, 1998. Yeah, so this edition is 1998. So I've been meaning to reading this for a good while, and I'm really looking forward to reading it. Green is a nice color, yeah. I'm not exactly a super green person, but I don't have a lot of green stuff, to be honest. But yeah, I just accidentally picked up 2 green books in a row. Not sure I have many green books. I think I have quite a few for some reason. I've not really thought about it much, to be honest. And at the moment, my books are all over the place. I need to get going and make that library in the house. Just haven't gotten around to do that. I love used bookstores. Yeah, I also love secondhand bookshops. I love the Bookmart in Sligo, and also in Dublin. There's a at least couple of them. So there's the name of it escapes me, but there's like a big bookshop called Chapters, and they have a huge secondhand section, and it's probably the best one for secondhand books in Dublin. In London, you also have a few, and one of my favorites there, it's called Scoob Books, and it's really good as well. So yeah, secondhand books. It's always fun to find them, because I think you can often find books that you can't really find elsewhere, and I like when you can get a good deal as well. In Oslo, there is one called Lucky Eddie, but they have a lot of other stuff as well. Like they have I think their main thing is comics, kind of cartoons, and yeah, I think that's like their main thing. But they do have quite a few secondhand books as well. And I think they've like last time I was there, which was a year ago, because it was over a year ago, because it was like in the middle of moving, or before I moved from Oslo. It seemed like they were like building, like they had some more shelving for the secondhand books, which I think is really good. And I really want to go back. I need to at some point go through my books and see if I can like unhaul some books, and Lucky Eddie is definitely a place to go. There's also a really good one up in Tromsø. So it's like a bookshop at the ground floor, and then on the next floor there's like a Lego lofter, so they sell Lego. And they also have like a room full of secondhand books, but it's a messy. It's super messy. And it says, I think the ISBN came in 1960s. Yes, sometimes in the 1960s. I don't remember exactly when though, but this just doesn't look like it's from the 1960s or 1970s. It looked newer, like design-wise and stuff. So, and I was right, because it's from the 1998, and it seemed pretty accurate. So yeah, looking forward to reading this. Renee says, so weird, ISBN is a thing you just assume books have always had, but things has to have a beginning. Yeah, no, not always had. I have a few books, because I buy quite a lot of secondhand books, and I also have like some really like old ones. So I have this book, not quite green, but almost green. It's Persuasion by Jane Austen that I read earlier this summer, earlier this month. And this one is from this edition is from 1964, and it doesn't have an ISBN, so it's kind of funny. 1974. I can't believe like I have a 80-year-old book. It's not pristine or anything, but still, so happy I have that. And I do actually collect Jane Austen books, so I've also been thinking of maybe rereading something else by Jane Austen. I was actually thinking of rereading Sense and Sensibility, because I haven't read that in ages. I reread Pride and Prejudice 1 or 2 years ago, can't remember, but I do reread all the time. I also have reread Emma not that long ago, like maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I don't remember. See, years, they just fly by. Renee says, I like a lot of older reads, and sometimes books go out of print, so used is a great way to try to get them. Yeah, I read a lot of the time you can really do get some proper gems when you find, like, go to a secondhand bookshop. In my opinion, you really need to have quite a lot of time when you're in a secondhand bookshop, because you don't know what's there, and there's just like most of the time, unless it's like something like super popular, there might be just like the one one copy of the book, and there's so many books to go through. So there's always like, when I go to a secondhand bookshop, I like having a lot of time, and I think my partner can confirm this, because when we were in Dublin and I go to Chapters, I always use like hours. So I need to make sure that I eat and then go to Chapters and then have enough time there before having to go to eat again. So it's like breakfast, Chapters, lunch. So Renee says, I have a book printed in 1910 and one from 1946. Yeah, I have a few old books. But I have books all over the place, as I said. I have a room that I'm going to make into a library. I was planning on doing that last year, but I still haven't gotten around to it because life. I hope I will actually get around doing it this autumn, though, or like this year. My goal is to do it before Christmas. That would be a nice Christmas gift for myself, to have a finished library. So Renee says, I love that you're now just browsing in the shop. Yeah, agreed. It's so nice to just like spend hours and hours just looking at all the books. And even it can get a little bit expensive for me to shop in a second-hand bookshop. It's still less expensive than buying the books brand new. Yeah, and you never know what you can find. And absolutely, I agree. It is a perfect day if you can just have breakfast, spend the whole first part of the day in the second-hand bookshop, and then have lunch, and then maybe visit other bookshops or libraries. Sometimes I was actually thinking about it today. When was the last time I actually had time to just go around browsing the bookshelves in the library? And it has been a good while. I have been thinking of checking out if I can actually go to Oslo, because they have a science fiction library. So the Science Library in Oslo, they have a science fiction department, or whatever you call it, and with loads and loads and loads. I can't remember, they said how many books they had, but they have a lot of science fiction books. So I think you can kind of find some gems there, and you can actually borrow them from them. Another thing I could do is an interlibrary loan. Should also be okay, but we'll see. If I do an interlibrary loan, I kind of need to know what I'm looking for. I can't just browse around like you can if you're there physically in the library. Sally says, I have first edition of Encyclopedia Britannica from 1768. Oh, that's really cool. Not sure if I would say that it's super useful anymore, but it sure is interesting as a historical point of view. Sally said, it gives such a clear picture of the intellectual landscape of its time. Yeah, and that's what I mean. It's like from a historical point of view, it's super interesting. But if it's you don't go there to look up facts per se. You go there to study the time it was published. And 1768 is... it was an interesting time in history, for sure. And I also think it's pretty telling that the first edition of Encyclopedia Britannica is from 1768 in many ways. So there's that. I actually need to blow my nose again. I think I got to blow my nose and make tea, and then I'll be back. So just to make sure if you guys also have like enough tea and whatever you need, tea or coffee or beverage of your choice. It'll not take long. I'll be back in like very shortly. I just need to put the kettle on, make the kettle going, and it was just going earlier, so it shouldn't take too long. And then I need to just blow my nose because this dreadful cold I'm so sick of. So back shortly. Katie. Okie dokie. So, I have a cup of tea. Oh, hot tea. Okie dokie. Sally says, your cat hairs will drop if you don't have enough tea. I think you're right, Sally. It's very important to have enough tea. So, I'm feeling a little bit, what to say, in Norwegian you say that like the air goes out of the balloon or something. Not sure if that's the exact. I don't think that's what you say in English. To be fair, but yeah, I kind of feel flat, very tired, which probably isn't a very, what do you say, big shock or anything, since I'm not feeling well. So, how are you guys doing with your reading goals for this year? What sort of reading goals do you have? Have you a lot of reading goals? Do you have one reading goal? Do you have one? A number of books that you're supposed to read? How's it going? That's what I would like to know. Is it going well? Not well? As for me, I just try to remember what sort of goals I have for this year. I just like went blank. What goal did I have? What goals? Well, it's 50 years. 50 books, as per usual. I always have 50 books on my a yearly goal. But other than that, I don't really. I was I think it was one of the. Well, I remember saying that I was going to slow down my reading, because I was just stressing a little bit, I think. I'm not stressing anymore, so I'm just if I don't get to read one day, I'm not going to stress about it. If I don't read as much as I plan, I'm not going to stress about it, because there's no really, it's not really any point to stress. It's actually the opposite of a point, isn't it? So I am getting better at slowing down, and also, what else? I should probably, so I'm going to, yeah. But I think I had some other goals as well, but I don't remember what they are, other than the 50 books. And I've read 46 books so far this year. So I have four books left until I've met my goal. So we'll see. I'll probably read past my goal, and I know that people, when they meet their goal fairly early on, or when it's still quite a bit left of the year, they'll change their goals. But I don't really see the point in doing that. I'm not going to. It's 50 years every year, so I'm keeping my 50 books. 50 years. It's 50 books every year, and I'm going to stay at 50 books this year as well. Sally says, my goal has been to reduce my throat pile. I have read a lot, but not much from the pile. I don't really, that's another thing. Well, after reading for the Hugos, I was very much, I'm not going to read specific books. I'm just going to read whatever I feel like reading. So I currently actually have one library book at home. And I was planning on reading it, but I'm actually just going to hand it back, and I've cancelled all my holds at the library, because I just need to read whatever I feel like when I feel like it. So that's what I'm going to do for most of the rest of the year. But there is a readathon in October, and I was thinking of trying to take part in that. It's a Gothtober, and if I join, it'll be the third year in a row that I take part in it. So I was thinking of doing Gothtober. I still need to do the game and see what my prompts will be, and then figure out what to read for those prompts. I'm also going to cheat. It's not very strict. The people who has the readathon, they're not very strict. So what I'm going to do is just pick. So I might have like a book that covers more than one prompt for the readathon. So it's Olivia Savannah is one of the people who host the readathon. She's a booktuber that I've been following for a long time, for a few years. I even managed to meet her a couple of times when I've been to London. We were hoping to actually manage to meet up with each other when I was in Glasgow, but because she was also in Glasgow at the same time, at the same place, sort of. But she was really busy with because she was there for work, so she works in publishing, so she was super busy, so we didn't find the time where we both were able to meet up. That's fair. I don't expect people to necessarily find it same time as me. So I am going to link to her channel in the chat, and then I will also try to remember to put her in the description box after I'm done with the sprint. But that's her channel, and there's like a video, the Gothtober announcements that she had almost a week ago. I'll link to the Gothtober readathon in the chat as well, should anyone be interested. Sally says, I never have a numerical goal. That also sounds really nice, actually. I kind of would have liked that, or have like a yearly goal of one book or something, since I use the Storygraph app to track what I'm reading. It would be good too, because otherwise I might not see what I've read that year, I guess. I'm not sure how that would have worked, but I'll just stick to the 50 books. I've done that for such a long time. I've done it for like over 20 years, so I think that should be fine. So reading 50 books is not that much anyway. I'm refusing to do numerical pages, like a number of pages. I know there are people who have like goals of number of pages to read, but I'm not very interested in doing that. So, Renee says 50 is a nice number, not too long. I agree. It is a nice number. So I feel like if I make make the numbers or the goal to be like a high number, like if I made like 100 books, I think I wouldn't manage to reach it. I need a goal that is doable, because if I don't reach my goal, it doesn't feel very good, because I had years where I haven't met my goals. I had a couple of years where I've been doing been busy with things. 2015, I remember being one of those years where I was like doing campaigning for politics. I was doing. I did some studies. I had a very demanding job, so I read like 25 books that year or something. And if you have that goal of 50 and you don't reach it, it doesn't feel very nice when you're not able to reach it. So, not that I'm beating myself up over it, but I think it's better to have like a goal that is like manageable, goals that are manageable, goals that I'm actually that I know I will be able to reach without like a lot of pressure, if that makes sense. I don't. It's for me. It's not a point to like compete. I don't compete with when it comes to reading. I don't compete with like others. I don't compete with myself. I don't see the point in competing at all, because I don't see the point. Also, I'm not very competitive. If I might not reach my goal, I change it. Yeah, to a lower number. Well, that's fair. That's fair. I understand that, but I wouldn't like change it to something that I might not manage to. If you understand what I mean, because that would kind of make me feel much less good. And in 2015, I didn't use like an app. I didn't use Goodreads or Storygraph or anything. So, yes, as I said, I don't compete. I don't have a competitive bone in my body. So, it's like I've done like runs. Don't run anymore. I hope to go back to running. I understand Renee says, oh, thank you. I used to run actively and I did runs, but not like competitions. And I didn't run so much for reaching like it wasn't for me like to manage to a set time or anything. It's just like the having like a route I might not have done before, and like also you could like meet people you know. So well, things like the community was more the thing for me. Renee says same. I like board games, but I don't care if I win or lose. Oh yeah, same. It's I must admit, even though I try to win in Civilization, I don't really win. I don't win over anyone, not even myself. It's just, it's a way to end the game. If I lose Civilization, I don't get too upset. And that's also a thing I really like about Baldur's Gate that I'm playing, is that I don't really have a goal. I just like run around. I'm not even, I'm still doing like part 1 of the game at the first level. I've played quite a few hours, but I still haven't gotten that far because I run around and look at everything and like lift every stone to peek under and look into every like basket and things like that. So yeah. So not about winning at all. I'm so sick of this cold. So I am thinking. Always thinking. I am thinking of doing one more sprint. I'm going to do one more sprint, and after that sprint is over, I'll come back and have a chat, and That will be like, I don't know how long I'll be chatting, but probably not super long because, as I said, I'm really tired. But I think I'll do a shorter sprint this time. I think 30 minutes is fine, isn't it? So I'm going to do 30 minutes of sprint, I think. And after that, I'll come back and have a chat, and then we'll end. So 30 minutes sprinting, and I will start my new book. So I will see you on the other end of the sprint. So remember, have enough to drink and have your book and or whatever you want to do. That's fine. 30 is good, says Renee. Oh, excellent. I'll see you later. Hello, 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 hello. I need to switch my currently reading because it's not correct. Let's do this. Ooh. Ba, ba, ba. So this is my current read now. Passage to Enda by E.M. Forster. It's I actually didn't read as much as I thought I would, because I did some other things as well as reading, a couple of like little things that I needed to do. So I read about 15 pages-ish. Oh, no, I didn't. 12 maybe. But that's okay. How about you guys? How much did you read? Did you read a lot? It was just 30 minutes anyway, so not super long. As I said, that would be our last sprint. I'm looking at the time, so I think I'll be chatting for, I don't know, depends on. If I feel like I'm talking into the void, then I'll probably end pretty soon. But if there's interaction, it's easier to keep it going, if you understand what it's like. Not easier to keep it going, but then I have someone to chat to. And I don't really like chatting, just talking with myself when I'm sprinting or doing reading sprints. So unless someone is having something they want to tell me or ask. Sally's still here. Hi, Sally. How's your head going, by the way? Are you still fighting that headache? Has it gone? Has it gotten worse? And how are things going with Melody? So, for those who doesn't know, Melody is Sally's foster kitten. So she's fostering a kitten that was left, and trying to bring her back to life. Very cute cat. Black and with a little bit of white. Super cute. I sometimes wish I could adopt a cat, but at the moment it's not doable for various reasons. But who knows? Maybe I'll get to know someone with a cat, and then I can cat sit. I actually, when I was living in Sandnes, I used to cat sit my ex's cat. When she went away, I on travels and stuff, rather than putting the cat into a kennel, I would cat sit the cat for her. So when I'm in Sandnes and I'm staying with my ex, because she's a good friend of mine still, it's been a long time since we were seeing each other, and she's now married, but she still has the cat. Cat is getting older, and when I'm in Sandnes and I visit them, I also kind of visit the cat. So that's really nice. I like cats. Cats are awesome. I know that I know that cats are seen as kind of really quirky maybe, or a bit weird. But that's what I like about cats. They're they're not normal. if you understand what I mean. They're their own person, sort of, and that's something I like about cats. Sally says, I didn't read. I had a cup of mint tea and took my headache to a darkened room. Oh, that's good. It has not improved. Oh, I'm so sorry about that, Sally. I hope it clears up soon, because headaches are not fun. Melody is the cat, is doing really well. She has a hobbit's approach to meals. Oh, that's cute. Yeah. Her fur is growing back. Oh, that's also really good news. Oh, I love that for her. Melody. Yeah, so unfortunately, having a cat is really expensive. That's another thing. So I'm sorry that she has to be adopted eventually to someone else, Sally. I know that you're working on not getting too attached to the cat. It can't be easy. I'm not sure how well I would have done doing that, to be honest with you. Because it's like a living being, and I don't know. Cats. So yeah, that's the cat story. The story of the cat. Oh, I just remembered that I did some reading. I was like, we had this in a former job of mine, we had this knit and listen thing, and we would take turns reading for the people who was sitting like knitting or whatever, or just listening. And I remember having a cat theme once, and I read like one story that was by Tor Åge Bringsvær, which is a Norwegian author, and also like a kids book. And I think there was like someone there who complained, not to me, mind you, and the feedback from the audience when they said anything to me, it was really good. But I think it was like one person who was like really grumpy and thought it was like too childish or something. But it was like, the story was funny. I mean, it is something that really annoys me, is like these people who are like, they have like no childness to them, like being a little bit childish, or having you like a little bit of a child at heart, to be a little bit of a child at heart. I think that keeps you young. That's the thing. So there was probably some grumpy person who didn't really like kid stuff, but the story in itself was like, I thought it was really funny, and people laughed. So I think it was just like the one grumpy person. Sally says, I will definitely not do temporary foster again. Yeah, that's understandable. It must be so hard when you like know that the cat is just there for a little while and then leaving you again. I think, yeah, I don't really differ that much between like cats or dogs or other animals and like other non-human animals and humans. I think the bonds can be just as strong. I remember I had a hamster once. Her name was Willow, or his name was Willow, and never really remembered. Never really found out which like biological gender. So I just thought that Willow was like a nice gender neutral name. And then one morning, I was actually doing my work placement, my first year work placement when I was in library, did library and information science. And one morning I went to the cage where Willow lived, and they were there on their back. not alive anymore. And it was like, it broke my heart. And it didn't, and the hamster didn't really get that old. It was quite like super, super like, you know, super young. I just like a few months. Didn't like live until the end of its hamster life. It didn't get old or anything, so it was like broke my heart, and I was like crying and crying and crying and crying. That was not fun. So I grieved. I even for a little hamster I would grieve. I also had another hamster later on called Tiger, and he grew to be, I'm not quite sure exactly how old he was, because he was adopted. But I remember he got like a tumor in his ear, and I took him to the vet and got it operated, and then he was like 2 years old or something, and then it was like someone who was like, but why do you use so much money operating on such a small animal who's going to die soon anyway? And I was like, what? Of course I'm going to spend my money on going to the vet, even though it's like a small and a little bit old hamster. It was my family member, of course. And then he got to live another year or something, and then passed away of old age. I also had another hamster called Faramir. That was also an adopted hamster. But since then I haven't had any hamsters. Basically because they live so short. I can't take it. And Sally says animals can really become a part of your family. Yes, they do. They do become your part of your family. They become your family member, in my opinion. Then again, I don't eat meat or anything, so yeah, I think we should value animals more than we do, to be honest. So yeah, it's really sad when they pass away. So that was a little bit of a sad story there. What time is it? It is 5:15. Oh, time flies. To be honest with you, I am pretty tired. Still not feeling well, still feeling poorly. I think what I need to do is just like go back. It's 5:15. Gosh, I need to ask about dinner. I'm not sure what our plans for dinner. I might maybe like curry leftovers. That's an option because I made curry on the weekend, and there's some leftovers. And excuse me. Oh, see how tired I am. So there's some curry leftovers. I will need to make new rice, but that's easy. I make rice in the crock pot. So there's either that or something else. Yes, animals have as much rights to be here as humans have. Oh, absolutely. Even more so, maybe. In my opinion. Not saying that I'm going to go kill anyone, of course not. But we're like, this planet that we live on, it's not just ours. I mean, like humans. It's not, the planet doesn't belong to just humans. It belongs to everybody who lives on that planet. It belongs to the birds, the fish, the mosquitoes, everybody's. Sally says, I'm going to make veg curry. Oh, yum, that sounds nice. The curry I have left for leftovers, I put chickpeas, and there's potatoes in it, and there's cabbage as well. So it's kind of like a classical Irish/Norwegian dish, but made into curry. It's quite nice, actually. I like cabbage and chickpeas and potatoes. It's all good things to me. Of course, there's lots of tomatoes in it as well. So I guess maybe that. Sally says yes, animals are not destroying the planet, but humans are. That is so right. And I must admit that I'm a climate pessimist. And by that, I don't mean that I don't care, because I do care. I care a lot. And of course, I am going to do my best to do what's right for this planet that we live on, because we are sharing it with everyone. But I think the main problem is the people in power. Many of them white, middle-aged men with a lot of money, or like middle-aged elderly men with a lot of money, and they're not willing to give up on their privileges, like taking your private jet to fly somewhere. You use your private jet as a car. It's not right. And I remember there was this climate summit, was it? Can't remember what it was called, but it's like on the climate, and it was like the big rich countries coming together. And I remember Greta Thunberg was there. But it was so surreal, because there was like so many of the leaders, and they came in flying their private jets. And it's like, you're going to this climate thing, and you're taking your private jet. And there's this lack of connection. So and I think that as long as these like rich elderly men, middle-aged elderly men, are not willing to give up on their privileges, it's not going to change. We're not going to turn around, unfortunately. Sally says I do think that it's possibly too late. Yeah, probably too late as well. We should have done. And I mean, this is kind of one of the things that kind of angers me, because if you go and look back at news articles, there are news articles from the 50s and 60s, and they talk about this. They already knew about what was going to happen if we didn't change, and still there was no change. People wouldn't change, especially those elderly men that I talked about, the people with a lot of money, the people with privileges, that are not willing to give up on their privileges. So as long as and it was like that's like so long ago, and they still haven't done anything. So yeah, maybe if they actually had started doing something at the time, then maybe it wouldn't have been too late. But they weren't. They didn't do anything. And I also remember during the 80s. Riverman says my private jet has a tree on board. It's good for the planet. Oh, Riverman, I know you're joking. I know you are joking. For one, I know you don't have a private jet, so there's that. Yeah, it's like, but I planted a tree, so it's all good. You know that. It's like, oh, but I planted trees, so I can fly, yeah. So I can do my private jets. Yeah. So yes, plant a tree. Plant a tree. Do public transport. That I don't even have a car. I walk to and from work, or if I need to go further away, I tend to do public transport. I have a goal to try to make most of my travels by train if I can. Unfortunately, if there's places that I need to go that are too far away for trains, I can't take the train. So, but yeah, Sweden is close. It's another country and it's close and I can go by train. Uh, and if you're fortunate, you can even get like cheap train tickets. So that's also a good thing. Sally says, a teacher at my school 47 years ago used to say that there could be a climate crisis. Exactly. That's says 47 years ago, so that was in the late 70s. So your teacher at your school was absolutely right. So it says public transport here is very bad. Yeah, I think that really depends on where you live. Unfortunately, I know there's a lot of places that are really bad public transport. It's same with Norway. There are places with really bad public transports. Like there might be like one bus going to the city in the to like the center of the where you live, so you can go to work, and then there's one bus going back after work hours. But it really depends on where you live. And I kind of don't want to live anywhere without proper public transport because I refuse. I don't even have a driver's license, so I'm not going to get one either. But sometimes I can really see the advantages of having a driver's license and a car, of course. But yeah, I think the biggest problem, as I said, is the privileged people with a lot of money who refuses to let go of their privileges. So, oh, gosh, I get all tired from talking about the climate. I actually, I read the book called We Are the Weather that I actually have a video on my channel. That was quite interesting. Let's see if I can find it, and I can. We are the. Ooh, we are the weather. So I'm going to put that into the chat. So that was an interesting read, to be sure. La, 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 la. There we go. We Are the Weather. Very interesting book about how it's basically mostly about what we eat and how that affects the planet. But it's been a while since I read it. And the video isn't exactly new either, to be fair. So I didn't check when it was from, but definitely not a new one. Not a new one. So it is Wednesday. So do you have any plans for the rest of the day? Are you planning on doing anything interesting today? Thoughts? I am not going to do much, to be honest with you. I am probably going to just maybe go back to bed at some point and read maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Sally says the local council keeps cutting down trees and building roads when it would be better to improve public transport. Oh yeah, I absolutely agree. It's very backwards. Yeah, there's a lot of things that has been going on in the UK that I'm not too pleased about. The funding of public libraries also is a nightmare, unfortunately, and has been for a very long time. Unfortunately. Okay, so Sally says, my plan is to eat lots of curry and sit in the garden and enjoy these last days of summer. Yeah, we kind of have autumn here already, unfortunately, but it is what it is. I just have to try to get my mentality into it actually being autumn, and that there will be winter eventually. I'm not looking forward to winter. Never am. Don't like winter all that much. That's not a secret. All those roads need wrong way signs. Yes, they do. Anyway, I think that's actually it's kind of like finishing it off on like a rant on the climate and things. It's like a heavy end of the stream, I guess. It's not like a light ending of the stream, but it's important stuff. So, as Alice says, are all motor vehicles prohibited? Yeah. Yeah, there's that. Anyway, I am super tired, so I'm going to end it here. I just want to say thank you so much for being here. Really, really, really appreciate it, as per usual. And I am not quite sure what the future brings, but I just want to say that I am having a reading sprint on Tuesday. I think it's at 1 o'clock Central European summertime, which will be noon in the UK. I'll keep you posted on that. So there's a stream then, so you will be very welcome to come along. I have the day off because I work the following Saturday. I'm also doing gaming on Sunday. I'm doing an old Civilization game, so that will be interesting. That will be the first time I'm playing it, so it'll be super funny to see how that goes, in my opinion. Anyway, so waving goodbye to Riverman. I see you waving, and Sally says thank you for organizing it. Yeah, thank you so much for your everlasting support, Sally, for coming to my reading sprints. It's always nice to hear you, and always nice to get the updates on my Melody. So I hope your headache goes away soon, Sally, and I will see you around at some other point in time. Maybe on Tuesday. Bye!